Oh boy. Oh, that's better. Oh. Oh my goodness me. Yeah. It's amazing. Something that size can affect your something that size mucus can affect your breatheway and can affect your breatheway as well as your auditory. Oh dear. Everyone gets it, and it's no more different blowing my nose on YouTube than it would be outdoors in public, because this is public. Or what is public? Or PA speakers, public address, to publicly address, to publicly announce. And my video, my battery ran out on part one video. The battery ran out, so I've got it on charge at the moment. Battery only lasts about a couple of hours, depending on what memory or what you're using, and more memory is used, as well as if making the screen brightness a little bit dimmer will reserve a few volts of the battery. So if you can't, kind of webcamming, I could turn my battery, my brightness down on the screen. Not sure if you'll be able to observe here. Well, if I block the camera, put the laptop up here, so I shield the light from my the lighting in the room, and turn the brightness down on the here, or if I turn it up, you see it get a little bit brighter because I've got screen brightness, and if I turn it all the way down, they go a little bit shadow, kind of bit shadow, and I turn it back up. So you got variables to adjust, and this is what they did on Apollo 13. This is what they do on Voyager 1 and 2. Shut certain systems down, and so you can reserve the power. Anyway, so overhead surrounds and below surround and side surround, and those are typical speakers, are typical. I'm curious to who came up with the placement. What individual came up with the placement? Was it one person? Was it 2 or 3 or 4 people all in the same room saying, what position should we have the overhead surrounds? I don't know. Oh, okay, I'll draw on paper, whatever. I do my positioning not to this 30 degree, 45 degree bloody angle. That's just it's okay. You could use I could use my protractor. I could use the laser leveler, so I can tilt the laser and put it up at an angle, and then check if that degree, the degrees and all that not that it matters, because I'm going to be shifting and moving around in my seat, you know. So all that degrees is going to change radically, as well as it changes with sound frequency on a movie soundtrack. It's rapidly changing frequency. What frequency you hear and what frequency you cannot hear, because don't forget, you got all the sound coming from all the other speakers coming at your ears, and you're going to get what is called a phenomena called acoustical frequency masking effect. You cannot avoid it. The only way you can minimize is you have to, if you want to show that movie off to your neighbor, you got to thoroughly rehearse that movie specific. That movie, right? You're going to demo this movie. Okay, you're going to have to specifically make adjustments, and you need a few things. You need a cinema booth monitor. Okay, I've already talked about. You need a cinema booth monitor so you can send the signal output from the AVR or the cinema processors, whatever, into, doesn't matter which. You can use REM, you can use true RTA, you can use anything RTA until you're blue in the bloody face. As long as you got something there, you can see the actual signal, what's going on, because you don't need a Dolby Atmos overview 3D map, whatever it's bloody called, with a $40,000 trim of. That's only exclusive to. I've read somewhere, I think you can get those programs and run it. Theoretically, you should be able to run something like that into your computer, so it outputs from your AVR or your Blu-ray player or whatever, probably your AVR, and then goes into a HDMI input and then to your computer. So then you got a visual, you can see what speaker's active and what it's doing, moving around, this and that. I've recently, because I've used this SDDS here for my height 1 and height number 3, because I have the other inputs reserved for back surround, and I can't use the center channel input, and I can't use the sub bass input because there are 2 more channels there, but I can't use them. If I could wire or rewire the SDDS and bypass the sub bass filtering on this, theoretically it should do full range on the other channel. It should do full spectrum, but I don't know where to mess around with, and I'm not going to do that. There are other ways to skin a cat. Not that I would, although I come close to skinning Bear because he's a naughty kitty cat. He's looking. See, he knows how to open a curtain and then crawl behind into a little narrow void because the cat feels comfortable. Okay, so I've recently I've got the wiring RCA phono outputting going directly out from the AVR, and it's going to some Behringer EP 304 amplifiers because one of the crown amplifiers exploded. No, actually, it's a small component, and it just needs replacing, and then that amplifier would be back up and running. But as for crown amplifiers, I think they're overrated. I think they're a little bit possibly unreliable, because I occasionally got another amplifier. It turns on, but occasionally it doesn't want to turn on because it's controlled by DSP. And some DSPs, I've got to give it a bang and have it bang the lid because something's a little bit loose inside. That's all. If it was totally malfunction, it would go bang, just like the other one did. It went bang, 1, 2, 3. I think I tested it 4 times. Bang, 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 bang. Something is arcing. I don't know, because I had the amplifier on one night, turned it on the next day, bang. I think that's weird. Now I know there's a lot of dust in our environment. It's floating around. Whether dust can be, I'm not sure if dust is, what's the word now? Contactless? No, contactless is not. What's that formula for water, liquid, cooling? Non-conduct, that's it. Whether it's conduct, whether all dust is conduct, I don't know. There's all sorts of things floating around, and things can get pulled in by the fans or find their way in, and they land on a specific electrical component area, and cause a short circuit. Whatever. Or it's just generally the components just unpredictably failed. But it's a simple thing to replace. It's on my list to fix. Yeah. But I'm not a real fan of the amplifier. It was cheap. I got it really cheap. You can't get those amplifiers now on eBay, UK or USA, as cheap as what I got mine. I mean, I got mine like, wow. That's like buying 5 pizzas for a group of people. It was that cheap. And I brought 3 of them because I thought I needed 3, because I did the calculation what channels need to be amplified separately. So I'm not wiring the surround speaker there onto the next one parallel and then connecting that to one channel, because then I change the impedance from 8 ohm to 4 ohm, or I can change it from 8 to 16 depending on which way I wire it, series or parallel. It changes the impedance. So I thought I'd just do them independently. So I've got equalizer control on each one, time alignment on each one, phase and phase, which is not the same as polarity. Phase is totally different because you have a thing to adjust and you gradually see a change in the frequency slightly. Polarity, if you had 2 signals up here and you reverse the polarity, the signal will drop down a bit, and that's polarity. You're half the signal. So it's got that, and that. That's pretty much it. And it's all got a DSP, just like a Behringer DCX. All right. The more things change, the more things stay and remain the same. So it's very bulky, the amplifier. It's very extremely heavy. It's a real pig's ear to install it, when depending on the environment and how difficult and complicated it is. With mine, it's very difficult. So I thought, fuck it. I'll just keep one of the other Crown amplifiers to do my surround speakers down the side wall, back wall, which I can do as left half and right half, which is what no other home cinema or home theatre can even do, unless it's a professional cinema, of course, where they could probably still do left half, right half configuration. And that would be typically used for Dolby Stereo mono matrix surround, where the signal has to be the same. So you're surrounded. Okay. And the same thing applies for mono discrete. So that's like, say, comparing Star Wars Laserdisc with Aliens on Blu-ray 4.1 theatrical mix, because if you go to the 5.1, I think it's still the same as the I'm not too sure if it is. I think it might be the same as the AC3 Laserdisc, unless the AC3 Laserdisc has got total solid mono surround discrete. I have to put that Laserdisc on again because I haven't listened to it for quite a while. Otherwise, Alien and Aliens, they were only format 42 in 70mm. So meaning if it translates to DVD, it should be left, center, right, mono, discrete surround, sub bass. End of. Get to Alien 3, they used split stereo surround on that mix on 70mm, 35mm Dolby SR, and when they got to Alien 4, that was Dolby SRD. Of course, they are adopting split stereo or stereo surround. They're adopting that sort of use then, because up till a point where certain 70mm prints were mostly format 42, very few handful were only split stereo surround. A very few handful. So I can do the proper. If I want Star Wars playing here, it's going to play back in the exact same way as it did in 1977, 1978. Try doing that in your home theater. I'm not trying to say I'm better. I am better. I'm getting better. Was that The Fly 2, wasn't it? I'm getting better. Because his mind's been poisoned and overtaken by the what's happening to the guy. I can even play The Fly 2, but I can't play The Fly 2 because actually I've seen The Fly 2 in how many different cinema auditorium. Firstly, I saw it in the Cinerama Odeon upstairs, and that had the overhead surround. Six speakers overhead. So you got down one there at the front, one at the back, then the middle at the front and at the back, same positioning, and then over to that side and then at the back. And they were very high up. The ceiling was very high up, so naturally the sound just radiates. I don't know how they tested it back then in the day when they put that in. 1969. Ice Station Zebra, 70mm Cinerama. I was only 2 years old. I'd never heard of the movie. I never saw the movie until the late 1970s on TV, opening in letterbox, and then after the opening credits, it goes in, pan and scan. Yeah, but I understand principle. And not only was screen number 1, because I saw The Fly, obviously, Fly 2, when they did the teleporting thing, from sat in the middle of the auditorium, halfway between the wall, the back wall and the front screen, so I'm halfway. I could hear the sound, the screen sound, localization, positioning, Dolby Stereo Matrix. The surround, when it did the kind of it kind of had a circle. It kind of made me do that. That's as far as I can remember what I did. Other people I'd probably see in the auditorium are like catatonic. They're like this. Wow, that was cool. Me, I'm like, wow, because I'm looking at the visuals. Wow, those optical visual superimposing effects that they overlay on the visuals, and make it look sparkly and colorful and whatever. And then wow, that's all the visuals and the sound, and wow, did that effect. Even when I saw it at another cinema, it wasn't quite the same because of the surround layout was along the side wall and the back wall. Trying to think if that was at the ABC. I'm trying to think if that was at the ABC, a late night show in screen number 2, which would have been downstairs, and screen 1 would have been directly above it. And they had the speakers going down the side walls and the back wall, but the auditorium was kind of, I think it was a flat wall this side, and on this side it was kind of like that. And it was a very awkward auditorium, and never really liked that auditorium. It sucked because the sound in the middle for LCR was very awkward to hear. And the closer you get to it, the screen, because the seating's that angle and the screen's down here, the screen will be like up that position. So the seating's back here. So if I get all the way down the front, the screen channel speakers are way up here, but they got off axis on the vertical, and of course you've got the horizontal axis. So you still get some high frequency coming down at an angle, at a slightly weaker dB signal, but you still should theoretically perceive. But it wasn't quite the case. It was a bit awkward. That auditorium. I think it was just kind of like an okay auditorium just to show movies, but it wasn't an ideal auditorium. It was very awkward because of the shape of the walls and the back. And when you get to the back, oh my goodness, who would want to sit at the back? You ain't gonna hear any bit of stereo on the LCR or the left right. You're not gonna hear any of that. It's gonna sound like super hypo mono effect, because when you got right at the back of the auditorium, it narrowed in slightly. And oh no, I think when I saw the Towering Inferno with my dad, we were sat almost near to the back, not too far to the back, but almost. And during the intermission on the Towering Inferno, I had an intermission, could hear the sensor round rumbling above. I don't know what sequence in the movie because it's very hard to tell. I don't think it would have been the big main earthquake because it only lasted for a couple of minutes. So it had to be in a very short scene in the movie, whether it's before the first 30 minutes or something, or maybe after the big main earthquake and aftershocks or whatever. But it wasn't the main earthquake because that lasted for 10 minutes. And the intermission only was on for less than that, just for ice cream. And I heard a bit of rumbling, and then it went out. And then I thought, what was that? I see a poster out. I was never good at reading back then. I could never read very well. I remember seeing something saying something in red letters, something sensor, whatever. I couldn't pronounce it. Sensor round, but I was thinking it must be that above that I was hearing. Yeah, because it was putting out somewhere in the order of 120, maybe 130 dB. So yeah, you're gonna hear it, but you can't hear anything else. You can't hear dialogue or high frequency sound. You just hear because of the wave and energy of the low frequency. If it were played at a lesser level, you wouldn't notice it as much. Maybe like, what's that? Yeah, I don't know. But when it's kind of like obnoxious, it's like, what the bloody hell is that? What the bloody hell's going on up there? Yeah, so when I heard the fly in that auditorium, it wasn't really that good. Wasn't as good as the Cinerama screen. Of course, I saw the Fly and the Fly 2 because it was a double bill. I think it was a double bill. That started about 11 o'clock at night, I think. I saw the Abyss in the Cinerama. The Abyss in the Cinerama screen. Everybody's saying, "Where's the Abyss?" Fuck Avatar. I don't want Avatar Part 2, Part 3, 4, 5, and 10 or whatever. We want the Abyss, James Cameron. Where the bloody hell is the Abyss? We don't give a shit about any of it. We want 1989 theatrical, The Abyss. And we want the colour to look exactly what it is on 35mm. We don't want it botched up, revisioned. We want it the same. We want the soundtrack the same. That is the discrete mix, because that's the version you really want to go for. If they would provide the 35mm Dolby Stereo mix as well on the disc, fine. And then you got the 70mm 6-track one with a 35mm super 35mm scope image. Okay, that's what we want. We don't give a rat about the fucking Avatar. Our first Avatar was okay. It was Fern Gully. It was the Smurfs. We get it. It was good. It was cool. We don't need a bloody sequel to it. That's made what? Over 10 years later? Come on. Really? Seriously? Don't need 3D, 3D for load of rubbish. What are you going to do? Go to these stupid bloody 3DX screens? As far as I can make out, whether 3DX or 4DX or whatever the hell it's called, that's like putting a video signal into what's called a splitter, and you split the image up into 3 groups. That's what it looks like, and it looks crap on the walls. I'd rather have Cinerama to that crap, even though Cinerama came in 2 forms. Free strip film, so you got a projector over here projecting to that part of the screen, projector here projecting to this part of the screen, and of course the middle one, and that's that. But that process was a bit too pricey, so they came up with a single lens, or rather they came up with a single projector, so rather than, because it's a bit pricey, but I'd rather have Cinerama compared to that 4DX crap. Jesus Christ, fucking hell. Never known anything like it. And if you're going to project a 4DX thing, you've got to have a specific soundtrack, because it has to cater specifically for that imaging where it is on the screen. Whereas as it is, what you hear specifically in the sometimes you may not hear sounds on the sidewall. and you got that 4DX doing it, and it's like, is it a specific mix or is it the same mix? And as per, like, say, when I go to the toilet, I'm standing up and I flush the toilet, I hear the sound below me. When I go to the sink and wash my hands, I hear the sound below me. When you hear that on film, it sounds like they got the actor, it sounds like the actor's got the bloody toilet stuck in his mouth when the actors are walking around. It sounds like they got their shoe stuck in their mouth. Who the bloody hell mixes that? Who the bloody hell mixes sound like that today? In this day and age of digital discrete, you should have screen speakers that are up here, typically also in the middle, and then below. So you should have naturally, but how long is a piece of string? That's okay, because if you were to have 15 speakers, left, for the height, left, center, right, center, height, middle, left, center, right, center, and right, and then below, left, center, right, center, and right, 15. So sound can move that way, or go up and then go that way and then come back down that way. It can move around, rather than as it is at the moment, it's got really nowhere to go. Even with 5 screen, it's still pretty much there. It hasn't got anywhere else to go. That configuration hasn't much changed since the 1950s, or really the screen speaker. That's when they did 5 screen, but when they did screen speakers, that configuration being in the middle sort of thing hasn't really much changed since 1927. I'm just going to say that with logical feeling. That hasn't much changed. They've only added on speakers, and they've been in this horizontal plane behind the screen. Hasn't much changed. They've got DTS-X or Oro, whatever, but they only put, I think, Oro or DTS-X, I can't remember, because it's on the AVR, on my AVR. It can do a top center height channel, but I've never actually listened to it. I've never actually played anything out from the AVR to actually hear what it actually sounds like. Is it bullshit? Is it discreet? Is it bullshit matrixing? Or is it totally discreet? I've not actually listened to it, to be frank. And does it only come encoded on specific titles? It may not be on every single title. It's not exclusive for Dolby Atmos. It's not there. It doesn't function. I think it only functions for DTS-X or Oro dead format 3D, because they don't deliver content, so therefore it goes crash and burn. Okay, that's their fault. If they want to crash their sound format into the ground, that's up to them. But they should put more content. But I'm afraid now that's not going to change, even if they try and revive it. I don't think they're going to pull their socks up and get with the program. So we're stuck really with Dolby Atmos. DTS-X is crap as far as I'm totally concerned with it. I don't see any big deal with DTS-X. It's totally crap. So it's like you got certain sound formats. We're all back at the same thing again with those that can remember seeing certain sound formats come and go, and then looking at why it's come and gone. That's quick. What failed? What? Oh, they didn't deliver enough content. Okay, so that's its failure. Or it just generally sounded rubbish. And that would be the other failure, because not many people want to buy it or use that format, even though the AVR can cater for Aura 3D, DDSX, and Dolby Atmos. And Dolby DSU is a load of rubbish because that's got technical flaws with it still. DDS Neural and Auro Upmixer Matrix decoder, and it's okay, but Auro Upmixer is crap. It's rubbish because it's got an echo chamber noisy effect that you hear on the overhead. It's got like an echo chamber effect, and it's distracting. Okay, if I wanted an echo chamber effect, I'll go and add on one of my Yamaha DSP 100, because that's got multitude of classical, opera house, cinema. It's got all different types of reverberation, echo, delay effect, and I could just add that on to get the same, and actually I'd get a better effect, more user control, whereas the Auro is pretty rubbish. So I've got a few basic controls. It's like buying something cheap from Tandy Realistic back in the 1980s, and it's like, oh, it was wow back then, but using it today is kind of embarrassing, I think. and I think a little bit cheeky of the in this day and age. I thought they would got a lot better than, I thought they would have learned and got a lot better with it. But if I wanted to make an overhead surround that's DIY, rather than using the prefixed Dolby DSU, oh, that's easy done. That's easy peasy. Anyone can do that. Anybody can just add on another AVR, that is one for the front, one for the side surround, one for the back surround, add on 3 more AVRs that have got a ProLogic 2X, and then it's just guesswork. It's just guesswork, because you got to then figure where you're going to put the speakers, locate them in the room, and run a test with specific movies, whether it be 424 matrix or discrete, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, or Atmos. Go a little bit further with that, because you can add on a few more AVRs to the outputs on the AVR and expand those overhead channels, or those stereo there, stereo in the middle, and stereo at the back. They're basically on mine, height 1, height 2, height 3. They're basically stereo pair outputs. That's all. That's like when you use the up mixer and you put the sound up there, it's only taking sound from the left and the right speaker output on the AVR, and then it duplicates the same sound down this side and down this side, but it won't pan the sound like that from the back to the middle or to the front with a Laserdisc 424, or using the up mixer, even if you're using 5.1. All you'll hear is the sound going from side to side. That's all, because it's duplicating the same stereo up there on height 1, in the middle, and at the back on the ceiling. It's only duplicating, which I think is a bit of a bit of a scam, really, because I would have thought they would have had individual decoders inside the AVR. So you wouldn't have to have a bundle of AVRs that are going to stand with your AVR, with this AVR or any other, and you'll have a bundle of AVRs standing this bloody high. Mind you, you could use the amplifier power on it. That's not you're going to use other amplifiers to power it. No. You use the amplifiers and all that to run the bloody system, as well as the wiring and setting it up is a bit complicated. But I was listening to the what do you call it? The baby driver. He's a baby with a dummy, and he's driving his beep beep beep, driving his car. The baby driver, chapter 18. It's very unrare that I would hear the sound on the height channels, height 1, 2, and 3, was utilized a little bit, but mostly height number 2 was utilized in the movie quite often. And then occasionally, I think when it got into chapter 18, height 1, height to 2 to 3 was utilized just at the start of when they do the bank robbery. And I can hear a sound panning going across the screen and going up and then moving around and then coming through there and then going around up there. But when Baby Driver and the gang come up to the back and they play the music, if you turn off all the other channels, you hear the music in mono, phantom image. And it's playing that. There, get out of there. Get out. Go on. No, Magic's up there. Come on, Bear. You hear this music playing. Most people in their home theatre are going to hear it phantom mono on their height number 2. Or if you're playing height, if you've only got 4 speakers on the ceiling, height 1 and height number 2, I find that confusing because that's height 1 up there, that's height 2, and that's height 3. So, but basically, I think what's going on there with you get the phantom image of that music playing on the height on the front one and the back. If you've only got 4 speakers overhead, you would only hear a phantom image of the music, right? So it's kind of coming in at this angle, that angle, right? So you hear an in-head kind of phantom image. But on mine, I hear it more precisely, pinpoint. So it's coming out on what I call dog channel. I've got dog 1 up there, and dog 2, and then dog 3 back here. So I hear it literally above me, like the voice of God, only it's not God, because if you reverse God, you get dog. Dolby, overhead, God. My thinking. Okay, so I'm clever at some things and not so clever at other things, but each individual should be credited, or each individual has a certain way of helping out a group. So, you got in different, it's like NASA, they got all different engineers, they all got, everybody is crafted. They are gifted at certain craft of their profession or skill. So, I hear it coming up there. And eventually, as it gets into the chase, when Baby's running on foot because he's just crashed the car and killed that guy, and I like how the music goes on the fast tempo, and then as he's like, and then the music slows down, like this guy, like, he's out, And then you got the two other people in the back seat. What did you do, baby? They get out the car, and then the cops turn up, and then they start running. Then the music is steered, and it goes below me, here, over there, because it's the same signal. It's the same signal. And the two JBL, there's one here, right at the back. This one is a different below surround. That's a different signal. That gets a different signal from the side surround. And I hear the music going down whilst I'm hearing still some sound above. What they'd done, maybe unintentionally in the film mix, they probably used a plug-in, because most things today are plug-in, or they may have hardwired it into, because, you know, they got a patch bay. They may have hardwired a unit or such, or maybe it's on the mixing console, and they could have just done that on the mixing console. They basically added a anti-phase. Now, that signal typically, commonly, would have been used in Dolby Stereo optical soundtracks, where, you know, using the panning, and you steer you know, you got a signal that's here, and you can steer it and put it into the mono matrix surround, or the mono discrete surround, or you layer it onto the 70mm. I don't know how they do it, but it's amazing how that format bloody works the way it is. And just put that track into the surround, and it will come in at a specific time, discreetly. Yeah, I was quite kind of like, but whoa. And I actually had to go into my kitchen and look at the Dolby SA10s that I got in the rack, 1, 2, and 3 of them. And I actually saw this very hard signal being steered into the what's called the extra channel, or the mono matrix rear surround. To most people, what I'm talking about may confuse the hell out of you, because you think, what is this guy bloody talking about? If you don't know how a matrix decoder works, then you got no business having a home theater. Personally, my opinion, you got no business having one. If you don't know how, anyway, all you do is it's like Surround EX. That's my idea. Center back surround. I came up with that idea in 1989. I've been ranting, talking about that bloody story when Dolby Labs backstabbed me, took my idea, didn't give me any credit for the idea, and just gave me the finger. Well, fuck you, Dolby Labs, in return. That was 1998 when I shared the idea. That was nearly a whole 1 year before people knew about Star Wars, the Jar Jar story. It's going to have digital surround EX, and people were thinking, what the hell is that? And that was only played back in certain cinemas. Not every cinema had an SA10 or a matrix decoder. Basically, if you heard it with left half, right half surround, it would still sound good. But you would notice the difference, you know, if you switch the decoding on and off, on and off, on and off, you notice the difference. And then turning the back channel off, and then observing the side surround only, and noticing what the difference is, and then turning the back surround back on. Okay, and then turn the side surrounds off and listen to the back one and observe the difference in the sound. Yeah, it's very easy. Anyway, that process used 4-channel, whereas the home version that came out in 2000, I think, think it came out around about 2000, about a year later. I had centre back surround up and running long before you lot. I even had the idea up and running in my head back in 1989 when I was a projectionist working at UCI and listening on the booth cinema monitor how it worked, how it sounded. So come forward now. Come forward. Or do I have to backtrack a little bit? Matrix. So the home version only used 3 channel. So you haven't got that rear matrix output signal on the bloody home version. I think, I don't know whether it's true or if it's false or if it's bullshit. There's a guy going around on AVS forum that says We Were Soldiers had a specific sound mix. Okay, that makes sense. Because the film only played in one cinema in the USA with what was an overhead surround called Sonic Whole Overhead Surround. Bloody hell, that's a long word. Sonic Whole. That is sonically, I suppose. And then the whole overhead surround speakers overhead. Because they used, so they say, a cluster. Not like how Atmos speakers are set up. Atmos is only an encode and decode process. Where the speakers are placed is neither here or there. Okay, it's neither here or there. As long as you've got discrete sound going up there, who gives a fuck? Okay, as long as you lay them out, the speakers, evenly, you should hear the sound. Oh yeah, I hear the sound discreetly up there and there and there and whatever, wherever else. In real life, you don't usually hear it that way. Anyway, Sonic Whole used a cluster. And it used the Dolby SA10, or it used a 4-channel matrix decoder. As long as you got a 4-channel matrix decoder there, and that signal on the split surround or the stereo surround, that anti-phase signal, as long as that signal is there, the decoder will see it and say, oh, right, this signal needs to be steered here to this output, and then it sounds at a given specific time and point in the movie, because there would also be, come with it, crosstalk. You get a bit of difference of the left and right signal, you know, filtering. But when you play the whole thing as a whole, you don't really notice it until you go looking for it. Then you notice it. It's like Star Wars. It sounded damn good in Dolby Stereo, but if you go looking for it, then you think, And then you have the 70mm print playing, and it's like, oh, wow. You know? But when you even got, that is, until you deconstruct the 70mm or the 6-channel discrete, and then you listen to the channels discreetly, you go, But when you got everything playing at the same time, sometimes it almost sounds as similar to a Dolby Stereo matrix. Depending on the signal, depending on the frequency, and how good you are as a listener. If you know what to look for, you know what to listen for, and you know what to feel for. If you've got those 3 things, then you're pretty good home theater. You've probably got a good home theater than mine. Or maybe not. You know, home theater in a box. That's what they try to do today. They try to stuff everything inside a box and you think it's going to do everything. That's not true. That's false. That's a tissue of lies. That's bullshit. So if you think you're going to run out and buy a Trinnov and it's going to offer you everything, it's not. You're going to waste your money on something that's a box of electronics that they can do firmware, software, and upgrades and all this, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it costs a bit of money. Not cheap. Can a Trinnov actually do proper Dolby Stereo 424 matrix? I'd have to look at the manual. I'd have to look at the manual to see whether it has it. It might only have a PL2X. If it's got a PL2X, then it can't do Pro Logic. So pretty useless for $40,000. The same goes with a Storm Audio, or but some manufacturers like to still adopt Pro Logic 2X, DSU. So then you've got something that can surroundly cater. When you haven't got something that can cater, you've got a lemon. But it's not a loss. You can always add on some of that older technology, or say vintage. You can still add on some of that to your existing system. And so you got then something that can cater rather than being just stuck with one thing. So that these Dolby Stereo movies, 424 matrix, not 2.0, because 2.0 still translates to 424. But does it? Some earlier, I think some Dolby Stereo releases didn't have a mono discrete matrix surround encoding. So you got different sound formats on a Dolby Cinema processor. You got 01 is mono, 02 is stereo, 03 I think is left, center, right, but no surround. And then you got typically the common 04, which is LCR and surround. Star Wars. Okay. And then you got 05, which is Dolby SR. Same thing, but noise reduction is Dolby SR. And then you got typical format 40, Todd AO, 40, format 41, 70 millimeter wide, format 42. 70 millimeter wide is left, center, right, same as Todd AO. And then you got format 42, left, center, right, baby boom, sub bass, or you could play it on the left, center, right, center. It doesn't matter which way you configure it in your system. And then you got the mono discrete surround. And then format 43, Dolby A-type noise reduction, the same as format 42 A-type. And then you got format 44, format 44, 44, 45, and 46. Because they're all the same, except they got different noise reduction. But there's the same channel output, but different noise reduction. Bloody hell, that's a mouthful of bloody. Fucking hell. I've got to get a drink. That is a bloody. What's it there? What are you up to? Anyway, so if I'd have moved forward right up to now, how many how many Dolby Atmos movies have I got, apart from crap ones that I wouldn't even play again, because they got fake overhead, because it sounds like the music, sounds like the same music on the side surrounds and everything else. It's crap. Okay, I know what ones are crap and which ones are legitimate. And it's artistically how you use, so if you pan a sound from the side surround, from this position and pan it upward, the things I'm listening for are harmonistic. Is it pulling the rest of the music, or atmospheric, or maybe a bird flying and then ascending upward? But why does everybody assume overhead? That's bullshit. If you're up in the sky and you're up here, you're miles below the ground is miles below you, so you got sound around as far as it would go up until the air gets thin, the air gets cold, therefore sound can't travel, or the velocity of the sound, it starts to slow down, speed the sound, it starts slowing down until nothing. Airplanes, you should hear them in a movie when it's a wide shot with Top Gun. You should hear a plane in the middle, you should hear a plane up here on the screen, that is, individually. You should hear two different sounds, or maybe but slightly pitched differently. And even though it's very difficult, because who's been up there in the sky floating around like Superman actually listening? I can't think of anyone, unless you're up there in a hot air balloon, or you got a crane that can go pretty damn high, or I would say a hot air balloon for argument's sake. Okay, and unless you got someone totally loopy, I mean crackers, right? So you got the hot air balloon up here, and then you got a wire going down. So you got someone suspended on a wire. So you got hot air, because don't forget, you got a surrounding with the balloon. So therefore you're going to get some sound reflections and such on that balloon. So you have to have and you got to have, say, maybe like fly a helicopter nearby, but not too close because of safety. Maybe a biplane. You can't fly a jet. I don't think you'd be able to fly a jet plane, because that'd be too risky with the turbulent thrust and pushing it. You'd probably get a it. But maybe a small biplane, okay, and fly that near above, and then start going below, and then listening actually to it while videoing, documenting what you perceive. Do you hear it diffused? Not too sure. I can see it going down, but does it sound like it's actually going down? Because you're up there quite a bit and there's hardly any ground boundary surface. The ground boundary surface is maybe a mile below you. So you're pretty far away. You wouldn't hear people talking down at the ground, not unless they got a PA yelling bloody loud, and you might hear a small distant sound about 1 mile down below you. Okay, that's my way of sound surround thinking. I put most people with their home theaters sorry, but I just put you a little bit in the dust. I'm not saying you're like, you know, I just, my thinking is way ahead. That's the way I need to be. Keeps me sharp, on the edge where I need to be. Heat. You know, the Hannah guy keeps me sharp on the edge. You know, because he's dedicated. I'm dedicated. Most other people, you know, sub bass, blah, 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 blah. Turn your sub bass up, full blast, full range. Because I'm aware my room is very tiny, a lot smaller than yours, and your room is a little bit larger. More wider, that is, a little bit more wider. I wouldn't mind if my room was a bit wider. It will be what it is. Still have the same problems and try and problem solve it. There's a lot of white paper out there, not to wipe your ass with. I mean, if push came to shove and there was toilet paper shortage, everyone would have been using, oh God, there's Floyd Tool's white paper on a sub bass speaker placement with Wheat Todd. I've got it hard copies in white paper. Oh fuck, I'm out of toilet. Fucking hell, I've got to use it. Push come to shove, you know. There's a lot of white paper out there. Okay, right. There's so many documents on sound, on acoustics, time reflections, all that. There's bundles out there. What keyword do you use to do the search? And then all you're doing is reading page after page after page. And there's a diagram, and then there's more writing, and there's page after page after page, another diagram, page after, you know. Why couldn't they have condensed all that information into a video? It's like if Wheat Todd or Floyd Tool and their speaker and sub bass and the other guy at JBL, why haven't they done videos? Why haven't they done videos? You go and look on YouTube, you could see videos how they went through the process of putting a Saturn V rocket together. There are bundles of videos, archive videos that you can look at, where all the testing facilities to the final on the launch pad to a mission. Why can't you see you go on YouTube and you see some really pitiful videos of Harman on a time-lapse video shuffling the speakers around, you know, their room, that so you're blindfolded and you're listening to speakers moving around, and they only play mono because mono makes sense. Mono makes sense. And don't forget, very early days of recording, capturing sound was only in mono. And this is going back, oh gosh, my goodness me. This development and testing and trial and error goes back to the 19th century. As far as I remember reading documents about, I think, someone in France or Germany, they were using compressed air, and putting different apertures onto these compressed, and they produce different sound frequencies. Those are one of very early days of testing and so forth and going on, and into the early 20th, and then more people testing, doing different tests, but other people get the word. They read in a newspaper maybe a couple of months later, because that's how information got around. Bear, out. Come on. My cat Bear's been naughty. My cat Bear will do anything to get over there and behind the screen. And I'm afraid it's a no. No, he's not going behind the screen. So you got all those testings going back early 20th century, radio, Marconi. Oh, I've got Magic spitting. I've got my cat Magic spitting at Bear because there's confrontation. So everyone's picking up everything, you know. Radio astronomy is also connected with cinema or hi-fi. Radio astronomy, it's all, you know, connected. People, Neville something, an Australian. You know, all these things are connected. You know, people consolidating with others, and you know, oh, this is interesting. Maybe we can use this or apply this kind of technique or theory to hi-fi audio or cinema sound or PA, whatever, and apply and see what result we get. Trial and error. Trial and error. Otherwise, we're pretty clever as it goes. We're pretty clever, but these sort of things, they're just entertainment, pastime, you know, waste our time. We might as well, because we ain't going anywhere on this planet. We're going to be stuck on this planet. That meaning we ain't going out of this solar system. That means myself and you and you and you and you. We ain't going out of the solar system, period. That includes billionaires, trillionaires. They ain't. They got all the money in the world. Even most of it might be counterfeited. So you can counterfeit all the money to fill the universe. Not sure if that's possible, really, but anyway, we ain't going out of this solar system. So what we do here is what we do here. Can't change it. Oh, my cat. Wow, Bear, you been fed? So, anyway, what next movie is going to be playing here? I think it might be Flop Gun. I don't think that movie was a big hit. So what? It made $1.8 billion. More money than the original movie, but it's not as good as the original. I saw it on streaming about a couple of weeks ago. Oops, out there. I know what my cat Bear's thinking. I know what he's up to. He's clever so that yeah, my cat Magic, he's relaxing now. He's relaxed. They've had something to eat. They had a little play, so they, you know, but that wasn't playing. That was conflicting and confrontation and typical, you know. And anyway, so I heard the Top Gun 2. I didn't really think much of the sound. And here's the funny thing. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon with Top Gun 2. Okay, so there's been COVID, Corona. I lost my uncle that year. I lost my dad. I lost my cat Sooty that year. I lost 3 family members that year. And I'm still devastated. And all you got is fucking Tom Cruise on a fucking video ranting, wear your masks. Food. Put food on the table. Talking to producers, directors. Put food on the table. And you got Tom fucking Cruise ranting that shit. Doesn't sound like he lost a fucking family that year, does it? Fucking hell, these people, these Hollywood people, all they care about is a fucking movie. They could have just said, oh, fuck it. What's the point of doing this, huh? Bloody script is rubbish, you know? Where's Charlie? Where's Tom Selleck? What's it in the bloody movie? And bloody Michael Ironside. Although they'll be in wheelchairs and using a walker, I doubt they'll be flying. Well, they'll probably be flying biplanes. But where were they? Fuck's sake! And all you got is bloody the Iceman. I can't hardly talk because the actual actor has got developed a throat issue and can't hardly verbalize now. So, and they bump him off in the bloody movie. Oh, for Christ's sake! They didn't have to write it in like they bump off Iceman. They could have kept him in, all right, but they bump him off just to build up the drama. Okay. Besides the story in that, just the sound mix on that movie, just the sound, it didn't sound that good. The movie was pushed back in delay because of cinema release. It was due for release, but then got pushed back. So that meaning, whether they still had budget, okay, so they can say like, well, we could get this Dolby Atmos like sounding like bloody Gravity. To this day, Gravity is the only bloody film without a bloody F-14s or whatever flying around. That's about the only bloody movie that sounds knock your socks off. It knocks my socks off here. I even knew Gravity was going to win Best Sound nomination, would get nominated for Best Sound. I don't give a fuck about Oscars now. I don't give a shit now about the Oscars because from 2013 onward a little bit, and some of the more dirty crap coming out from Hollywood, what Hollywood is, and that I started thinking I don't give a fuck about the Oscars anymore. I don't idolize on actors or directors. I don't idolize on them. I do not have a favorite or a specific, because you know I still find it uneasy buying some movies and thinking it just makes me uneasy. But I don't think everybody in Hollywood is like that, but there are some, and I don't have to say the word. I don't have to say that word. I don't have to mention it. If you're clever like me, you know what word I'm thinking. So whether they still had budget, they could have made that soundtrack bloody damn good. They could have put a little bit more into it, but it got a little bit of dialogue panning going on. Okay. But that was only during some of the flying scenes where the aircraft was kind of in that position on screen or over this position on screen. And you got the dialogue panning to that specific area. But they should have used that totally throughout the whole running time. So where actors are positioned on the screen, you got the dialogue positioning to make it sound like you're in that room, and you could hear the voice over there, the voice there, and the voice there. The further you move away from it, the sound gradually then becomes mono. It's simple physics. You can do it in real life and the same result. The closer you are, and you got people over there, and here, you hear the voices all individually. Time arrival. You hear it, or you call it stereo. Okay? That's a simple way to call it, but they are reflections of time arrival. But just call it stereo. Okay? Rather than just sticking all the voices where you go into that room where the Ed Harris character, I think this is flying the fictitious skunk. Skunk make the aircraft like the SR-71, or I'm not sure if they did the U-2 aircraft that crashed, and then they developed the SR-71, so won't have an incident reoccurring, and that can outperform any other aircraft, as well as out chasing missile attack and so forth, because it was an aircraft that was reconnaissance only and unarmed. So they had no defense weapons. I don't know about flares or anything like that. So if a missile's fired, it will fire flares to cause the missile to explode in the flares or something. So they got this Dark Star in the movie. When it took off and made the shack, there was a little shack, and you got the Ed Harris here, who's the guy in the Abyss. The Abyss! Where's the Abyss on Blu-ray 4K? Okay, and then aircraft go, and the shack roof goes, comes back down because of the tremendous thrust of the air and the aircraft pushing the air. Just as if you would have a hurricane or a tornado, probably an F. Maybe an F3 might do that. Might just start to unhinge the roof, and then because the wind's not just going up there, it's coming down and pushing up and going down. That's why the roof unhinges, because it's pushing. It's like having a load of people underneath. Okay, guys, push. And then you push the roof off. Oh well, that wasn't well nailed down now, was it? Okay, let's put this roof down, and we'll secure it with coach bolts and put them through and anchor it, so it's like, oh, I can't budge this roof. But that's why I think there's a little bit of bullshit in the movie, whether that aircraft would, but the aircraft doesn't exist anyway. Though doesn't exist. It may exist in 2025 or 2030. The skunk, the SR-72, because the SR-71's been phased out since late 90s, I think. I think it's been phased out since the late 1990s. So you got that Dark Star. It didn't seem very impressive. And if you're actually listening to that, how it sounded in a cinema, because I never saw it at a cinema, because I don't go to cinemas anymore, because they're not just loud, they're just too damn loud, and they just haven't got enough bass. The cinemas local just haven't got enough bass. It's just mid and high range. The bass is kind of like that sort of scale level, and the mid and high range is like this bloody level. It's too damn much, and that just turns me off. And I'm not going near a cinema again. period. Because they're no, unless it's a THX cinema, unless it's got THX sound system, I ain't interested. Because the bass is just going to be rubbish. I don't know what that would have been like in a Limax, but Limax is rubbish because they don't use a baffle wall behind the screen, so the bass is just amplified. Everything else is amplified, but it doesn't use a baffle wall. If Sensurround in the day used the baffle wall, bloody hell. Well, like I say, I've heard THX at Empire, and it was almost as good as Sensurround. In fact, better than Sensurround. So, yeah. But I'm not sure how well the overhead surround is going to be used on Top Gun 2. I'm not sure how well that is going to be utilized. One person's already done a video, and he's kind of said, like, basically, it's crap. So that's pretty disappointing. Unless his system's not set up correctly. He's never done a video where he's thoroughly gone through with his Trinnov and shown the output frequency response on a direct RTA. So you need a connect your out. You either go through individually, so you got one wire, one lead connecting to your computer microphone, and then go through each channel of those outputs. Meaning you got to set all the EQ to bypass. You got to switch all the EQ off, and just what does the frequency response look like? And then play back the sound in the room without the EQ. Okay, not sure if you can. I think you can do manual EQ on a Trinnov. You can do auto and you can do manual. I recommend you go through it again and do manual EQ. You need to go. Then, how do you observe the output channels? So you need another special lead connecting to a booth monitor. So you could go into a booth monitor and then back out to the amplifiers, to the loudspeakers. So you can check the direct sound, listening to it, and as well as connect it up to a microphone. So you're seeing, say, two RTA analyzers, one that's looking at back here with a single microphone, or you can have multi-microphone. You can have a single. You got another microphone that's near the speaker. So, and then you got a pink noise. You got to adjust the levels. It's a bit easier with using the microphone gain control on a preamplifier, phantom power. So you adjust. So if you got the pink noise, that's flat there, and the response is up here from the loudspeaker measure. You look at the frequency and you think, okay, I need to lower that down until it's roughly the same level here. Okay, at some point in the frequency, and the rest of it is kind of doing all this. Okay, so that's probably due to one microphone being near the speaker, because you got a bass driver and a tweeter, typical with some speakers, or a bass or a HF horn. And so you need two microphones, one near the bass driver, one near the HF, and you got to align it as close as you can, and then observe the frequency response, and then observe it with the direct frequency response to get it as close as near you can. And then you'll see little trade-offs, obviously. Okay. And then you got another microphone that's back here that's picking up over there on another RTA analyzer. So you've got an RTA analyzer looking at direct frequency response, another RTA analyzer that's looking at the speakers with 2 microphones very close, and another RTA analyzer that's back here. So you've got 3 you're looking at and observing, analyzing. And you think, okay, you need to make a bit of high frequency boost, because it looks like it's rolling off, or it's, you need to put a bit of, because if you play a sine wave tone, your microphone is going to be as good as your ears. It's because a microphone doesn't have, it's not biological, it's not biochemistry, it's electronics, it's artificial. So it's going to pick up high frequency. Just if you use your sound level meter and you can see the needle move, you like, let's say 16,000 kilohertz, and you can see the needle like going over 80 dB, but you're like, I can't hear it. It's still outside of your hearing range. Or is it? Move around a little bit. Suddenly you pick it up. You can just about hear it, but it's extremely amplified. But do not play 8 kilohertz. Don't play 8 kilohertz. If you played that suddenly, you'll go like that. Because you've got to lower the frequency down. You've got to kind of give it this sort of this angle. Otherwise, you ain't going to hear the high frequencies very well. And you can test that with headphones. And then you got your fader up at 0 on your AVR. And you can hear that. And it feels like a pinch. Feels like it's pinching. Feels like it's pinching. And you kind of pull faces like that, because it's painfully pinching your ear. If you was probably maybe at the age of 10 years old, you'd probably go take the bloody headphones off quickly. But your hearing rolls off at about 16, 17 years of age. Your hearing rolls off. So therefore, you've got to compensate. You've got to make a compensate for the difference. The same goes with listening tests, hearing test, and then you can see a visual representation of your frequency spectrum on your hearing. You got to use headphones for the hearing test. You got to be in a room that's absolutely quiet. That means no sound from outside, because even with headphones on, you may still pick up external sound. And then you go through the sine wave tones from the lowest frequency, and you start at about this range here. Okay, I could hear this frequency, low frequency, 30 hertz or whatever. And okay, you turn it down a bit and turn it down until you can just about barely hear it. Okay, but there's another thing there. There's the headphones, the actual frequency response of the headphones. Some headphones have got very unusual frequency response. So you have to test the headphones first. You have to test out the headphone, okay, with a very simple, cheap. It's not expensive, it's cheap. It's cheap as dirt, cheap as common mud. And you need to test the frequency response on the headphones. Okay, they'll have this kind of frequency response, whatever. Yeah, it's a bit like a roller coaster ride. All right, that's simple to equalize that. You have to equalize the left and the right side and use an equalizer that's got third octave, parametric filters, and get it as flat as you can possibly get it. Once you've got it flat, okay, good, because the frequency response on the sine wave tones, when you generate them on the RTA, they're all flat. They're all, unless, of course, the sound card on the computer has a roll off on the frequency. It's rolling the frequency off a little bit. It's very easy to take a lead from the output of the computer and then connect it into the microphone input. Where you go from speaker output on the computer to the microphone input, you make a loop, run a frequency sweep. Mine goes up, it has a roll off on the low frequency, and then it goes up and then goes flat up to highest 20,000 kilohertz and then stops, because the sound card won't go any higher because something's not ticked on or checked to do a sweep up to say 50,000 kilohertz. Not that you would hear it, because only a dog, cat and pet bat is going to hear 50,000 kilohertz. So you look at the frequency and say, no, you got a bit of a roll off there. Okay, so you need to make this flat. You need to make some adjustments until ideally you got the frequency responses going flat across. Once you've done that test on one part of the system from the output of the computer, because you need another equalizer on it, EQ and a parametric to get it flat. It's very easy to do adjustment. You could use a low pass filter and put it on the end here like a crossover filter and kind of raise it up a little bit to compensate. So you won't have to use parametric EQ bands. You can raise it up a little bit, see what it looks like. If it's near as good as flat as it can be, good enough. Then you need to put that in through the headphones, and you know it's all over the place on the headphone. Now you need to get another equalizer specifically just for the headphones, say a headphone amplifier, and get the frequency response flat as you can. So those headphones are going to be like flat. But when you put them on, that's not how we usually hear. Sound is randomly moving up and down. So then you start playing the sine wave tone for your hearing test. And then look at, once you've done the test, you would have a specific graph to your hearing spectrum individually to each person. Simple. Doesn't cost much. Doesn't cost $1 million of research and bullshit, because they try to make out that they're like fancy pant people and come up with so much bloody bullshit. It's simple. It's simple. As long as you got some of the technology things around, it's simple to do. So I haven't tested my headphones with a separate say like a headphone amplifier. I could beat it. I could beat that. Because I'm going HDMI from the computer to the AVR, I would have to use the RCA phono output connecting to the AVR. So I use the AVR as a headphone monitor. I'd have to have a specific equalizer on the output of the computer on the RCA phono and get the frequency response flat. So I know if I use one equalizer and get it flat with the sound card, and then use a second equalizer to adjust the headphones, and the second equalizer has got to have quite enough parametric EQ filters to adjust to get it flat, left and right headphone. Once that's done, because the characteristic on the headphone amplifier, don't forget, that might have a roll off or high frequency. I don't know. It's got to be tested. So you got to test the sound card. You got to test the headphone amplifier, the bloody headphones, and they got to have an equalizer. So it's until you got that frequency response flat, and that's not how we hear. Then you start doing the test tone listening. Like, okay, I can hear 30 hertz and it's like way down here. I need to lower it down. I can still hear it. Okay, I'll play the next frequency. Yeah, I can hear that. That's too easy. I can just hear until you build up a, you know, and then you look at the frequency response, and it will be kind of like, well, it will be what it is. Yeah. It's very cheap, very simple to do. Doesn't have to cost tens of thousands. Just use anything like a Behringer DEQ, a Behringer DEQ that's got third octaves and parametric EQ filters. Sometimes a Behringer DEQ may be a little bit faulty. They can go a little bit faulty, those EQs, but not often. Not often. They're fairly reliable. So you could use a DEQ. Because it's got enough parametric high and low pass filtering on it. It's got enough of that on it, and narrowband third octaves, and you can make other filters and such. It's got enough on it to probably get those headphones, the frequency response with the specific microphone testing that's shaped like an ear with a microphone. So you put it over the Wasset and then get the frequency response flat with pink noise, and then do a frequency sweep to a check to see if it's got it, you know, almost, because with pink noise it's randomly moving up and down, moving. So you get it near close with pink noise, and then you need to test it with a frequency sweep to see if there's anything missing that's you need to address it, and then you can make a logical decision of say, I think I'll just put a parametric filter there, widen the Q out a little bit, and cut it down by looks like maybe 2 dB, and then cut it down by 2 dB, run the frequency sweep again to see if it looks okay. If it isn't, then you need to go back and do it until you got it corrected. So it takes a bit of time, but cheap. Just takes time. What else? What else is there? What else? Yeah. So then, yeah. If I put my headphones on now and do a, you know, and then look at the frequency response that I've done. So if I go and get my headphones, I'll do here, right now. I'll do here, right now, and I'll put up the frequency response of what my frequency curve roughly looks like, because the generator thing, it doesn't totally do every frequency spectrum. It does more or less. I've used the test now for many years. I found it kind of very useful. Okay, I'm not ready to plug in yet. Okay, so there's a lot of bundles here of wires. I need to find the program. So I'll go to my Facebook. Put a search on my hearing test. There we go. There's the program I need. And I've got a frequency response of my last hearing test that I did. This was 2020. I think I've done one a little bit recent, but that's roughly what I was testing back then. I was testing this while I was in bed, and I kind of looked happy there. I kind of looked cozy, happy. And that was roughly the frequency. So as you get up to 16,000 kilohertz, high frequencies get very difficult to hear because you need to amplify it. So the level, if I was younger age, I might hear the 16,000 probably down this range here. But as you know, it changes. But that was being tested on a laptop. So a laptop frequency response and the laptop output power and so forth has got certain limitations of artifact as well, because you kind of hear this high frequency kind of sounding a bit weird. It doesn't sound right. It's like the tone is clipping and it's not tonally sounding correct. Like I was hearing specifically, if I play a very high frequency, I'm hearing a frequency that sounds audible that's below it. It's kind of like a reversed harmonic frequency, because usually if I play a tone here, 1 kilohertz, say 8 kilohertz, I might see a harmonic frequency in front of it, several harmonic frequencies in front, not often behind, but often in front. But I was hearing something reversed, and because it was audible. And I thought, what's going on? It's due some clipping on the laptop, and it just, so I used the AVR because it's a little bit better on the output. So I'll go to that, open that page. There we go. Here it is on the screen. Not that you can see it. There it is. It's up there. Move away. And it gets a bit blurry because the camera can't work out the ISO bright white level. Okay. Grab my can. Okay, grab the headphones. Firstly, I'll test with 8 kilohertz because I need to align the headphone. Because if you put headphones on, you got to make sure you got them aligned. Kind of got to put them on and kind of move it around a little bit. Specifically, I noticed for 8,000 kilohertz, because I'm thinking I can hit 8 kilohertz here and 8 kilohertz there. But if these are not aligned, if they're slightly 8 kilohertz sounds like it's going over my head. I can't hear it. And I'm thinking, no, these are not aligned. They've got to wiggle, you know, and then once that's aligned, it'll be okay for 6 and 4 and 3, and obviously 1 and 2 and 500. Those tone frequencies will be easy to hear. But just specifically, oddly, yeah. Anyway, just do an alignment check. And of course, the only other thing is when testing, I've got to do a test for left and right ear. So I'm just going to generally do it for both, because I don't want to be here all night doing this. But doctors and that, they usually test individually, so you got to, you know, I'll see how I get along. If I have a Pepsi, just got to do this alignment, and then I've got to do a sound alignment check. Oh, it's nice with the lemon. Yeah, I've got lots of bloody wires all over the place. Oh, okay. Let's just make sure that's on stereo output rather than multi. Okay. So it would deactivate the rest of the system. Let me just play a test and get this a go. Okay. Where's my headphone level microphone? Turn that. Put the volume up at full volume on the AV on the computer. Okay. Okay, I can hear 8 kilohertz. Okay. Okay, I'll start the test now. I'll play the lowest frequency, 30. This goes through 30, 45, 60, 90, 125, 187, 250, 375, 500, 750, 1 kilohertz, 1.5 kilohertz, 2 kilohertz, 3 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz, 6 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz, 12 kilohertz, and 16,000 kilohertz. Oh, God, my goodness gracious. So I'll start with the lowest frequency. Mind you, I've got a little bit mild tinnitus in my ear, hissing at the moment, but it's mild. It's low level. And also, just double check my AVR is got the equalizer switched off, because it's got a basic equalizer on it. Yeah, it's switched on. Yeah, I thought there was something a little bit queer, because I've got my basic equalizer, which is only a half octave, so I need to switch that off. At the moment. Okay, because I thought the 30 hertz sounded a bit weird. I'll try it again. That's better. Not that it does 30 hertz down on the, you know, it only goes down to 60 hertz or something. Yeah, that's about as good, and I can still hear traffic outside. I can still hear a bit of traffic, but it's getting quiet. Try the next frequency. Okay, next frequency. I'll go a bit lower down. Go a bit lower down. Because usually when you're at your doctor's, you raise your left for your left, raise your right for your right ear. You know, because you don't know. It's like double blind test or such. He's got the controls. You can't see what tone he's going to play. So he'll play this tone, that tone, this, and you raise your hand when you hear the tone. So I know what tone I'm going to play, and I'm playing the lowest level, and then just focusing if I can just perceive that tone, which is going to be very faint. Okay, I go up to the next frequency, up to 90 hertz now. I can go a little bit lower down. Oh, that's right down at the level, 99 dB. That's quiet. Okay, you can go to the next frequency, 125. So I've gone through 30, 45, and 60, and 90. I'm going on to 125. Okay, that's going okay so far. And mind you, this is with a Denon, so this test, you know, we'll get to that. That is very faint, but I can just audibly hear it at that frequency at 3 kilohertz. But that's very quiet. That's very low down. Yeah, what's this one like? I think that's about the limit there for that frequency. I think if I go any lower, we're not going to pick it up. Just make a little. It's going to get very awkward here. I think getting to 16,000 kilohertz is going to be like, I can hear a kind of clicking sound when using the sound generator on the on the hearing test here, and I can hear a kind of, it'd be typical even if I use REM or true RTA, I would get a similar, I'd get like a clicking sound as the it's some sort of artifact with the probably the program, the computer, sound card, the AVR. I was thinking of actually buying a analog tone sound generator. Yeah. But frequency graph here. So the highest frequency, 16. I'm not sure if I can, if or not the Denon had enough power, amplifier power, to really generate the tone properly. But it's kind of like this, and then going down and down and down and down and down and down, and then going flat at all the other frequencies, and then coming up to the lowest frequency, 90 hertz, 60, 60 hertz, and 45 hertz, and then 30 hertz. So, that's limitation of headphone, maybe the Denon. I've got backup, but it's a little bit noisy on the Sony. A little bit noisy on the Sony headphone output, but I've got a little bit more, say, like gain level adjustment or such. Not sure if I've got wax in my ears. No, I don't have wax. If I did, even though I haven't checked recently. Just got a bit of sinus pressure, kind of like when you go on an airplane. This is all connected here. It's all connected. Throat, nose, ear. It's all connected to your ear. Oh gosh. So I come out of the Denon, go onto the Sony, and mute the sound. Obviously, I don't think any sound go out there. They're on. Just mute those off. Okay, where's the headphones? Get a kind of a clocking noise, like a wee. Typical with every Sony, I think. So it does it on this one. Oh, it's a bit scratchy on that volume pot there. Oh, on this one, it's a bit scratchy. A bit scratchy on the right output. A bit scratchy on that. I hardly use that because that's my main one and this is my second. So, but I get this kind of whining sound. But if I press this button up here, I don't hear that whining sound. It's some sort of digital clock noise. But it's okay. I can get around it. So I'm going to play these tones again. I think I'll open up another one. So I've got two of them. Let's do the lowest frequency again. Oh, turn the fader. Yeah, even when I turn the fader. I can hear this going doodly 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 doodly. It's a typical thing with a Sony SDDS cinema processor. Not sure if it picks up. But turn the headphone monitor level up. Where's the microphone on this? Where's it located on here? It's up here somewhere. I think it's there. I think it's this little hole up here. That's the microphone. I'm going to use my other glasses, have I? I've got the angle light. I think it's there. Yeah. That's where the mono microphone is. So if I put the headphones up here, mono headphones, you should be able to hear it. And if I turn the fader dial up and down, and where am I in the video? I'm 2 hours, 8 minutes. So I'll probably play back the video, see if I can actually hear it myself on the actual microphone. So I'm turning the fader dial up and down, just going up and down, just jogging it like that. So. If I press another button, because I can still just about hear the tone through the headphone. Now it's a little bit less. But does it still have that kind of? Because it's just a typical artifact with a Sony SDDS cinema processor. No, I only hear the other trim. The trim. I hear that on the trimming. That's okay. Turn the headphone fader down. All right, start this test again. Make sure I'm on auxiliary number 1 for the computer. Okay, I hear the tone good there. But when playing the tone, so if you might hear it on there, you hear a light little click. When the tone's finished generating, hear a kind of little thump clicking. So I'll just play it a little bit at this level here, and you'll hear it on the... Oh, I'll do it again. Okay. Kind of clicking noise. That's probably generated through the computer, so it's kind of artifact. Because it's a pretty high signal. If I play it at a lower level, I wonder if it does the same thing. No, only when doing it at a high level. A certain high level makes a clicking noise. You can hear the tone there. Let me go up to, let's just turn that whining bloody, because it whining makes a whining sound. Let me play 8 kilohertz. No, it's even awkward playing 12 kilohertz because it sounds like this. Turn the monitor up a bit. It's going to sound loud. It's going to be a high squeak and a kind of weird sound. And again. And again. It shouldn't be making that sort of sound on the, because it's going through the STDS. At least I can hear it on the headphone. I should hear it on the out. You know. You see, that's what testing is, and listening, and so forth. And let me try another test tone generator. So I'll just put these on, turn the fader down on the headphone. Okay, 12 kilohertz. I'm going to go to REM. It's okay on the REM because the tones continue. When you play the tone, it's continuously generating. So I might as well use the REM as a hearing test. Oh, this is difficult. Because how do I get a visual graph? So if I use the REM as a signal test tone generator, because I'm you got your third octaves that go through 20,000, 16, 12.500, 10 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz, 6.3, 5 kilohertz, 4, 3.150 kilohertz, 2.5 kilohertz, 2 kilohertz, 1.6 kilohertz, 2.5 kilohertz, 1 kilohertz, 800, 630, 500, 400, 315, 215, 200, 160, 225, 100, 80 hertz, 63, 50 hertz, 40 hertz, 31.5, 25, 20 hertz, 16 hertz, 12.5 hertz, 10 hertz, and that's about as low as it will go on the third octave. But you can use the other dial, the other buttons to go down a little lower, which will go down to 1 hertz. And going up, you can use it going up above 20,000 kilohertz, which is totally utterly pointless because you're not going to bloody hear those frequencies very clear. You would need ridiculous amplifier power, providing the headphones are going to do the frequency in testing. You're going into a territory that's not really necessary, and no point hearing infrasonic on headphones. You'll just notice some sort of, providing the headphones can do it, can do a good frequency response. And I can't remember the frequency response on these headphones, what they can or cannot do. Also, there's another thing, testing things with headphones and using bass headphones and bass shakers. So you could have bass shakers playing, have all the other speakers turned off at night time, whatever, or the daytime, I don't care which. doesn't matter. And you use headphones and a bass shaker. So you got your bass shaker with your seat and then wear your headphones. I'm not sure if I've done a live video with that just to notice what the results are, or play test tone, which is ideal. I haven't got my bass shaker amplifier turned on at the moment, so I'll probably turn that on and just double check to see if it's connected with the system, because I've been doing some wiring and I might have unplugged it from the system. Might have accidentally unplugged it. But anyway, yeah. I go out from go back into the Denon. Because it doesn't have that whiny Sony bloody sound. Before I played 10,000 kilohertz, so it might rip my bloody ears off. I just got to make sure the levels are turned down. So minus 10 dB there, so I'll just turn it down. So I've got the AVR set at 0. I'll just turn the level down so it's minus 40 dB. Okay, let's go to a 1 kilohertz sine wave. That's a little bit loud, but it's not really that loud, so I'll just turn it down a little bit more. Down at 51 dB. Now I can still hear 1 kilohertz. So I'm using the REM, and it's connected to HDMI from the computer over to the AVR using the REM. And I've got the volume on the computer turned up to maximum. I've got the volume on here turned up to 0. So I use the dial on the REM to turn down the level. So I'll go down to, say, probably minus 60 dB. I can still hear 1 kilohertz. Okay, go down lower. Probably 80 dB. All right, 70 dB, 72, 73, 74. I'll try it 75. Yeah, I can still hear the 1 kilohertz. Okay, go down to 85 dB. Minus 85, that's quite low. Yeah, I can still hear the 1 kilohertz tone. Go down a bit lower, 90 dB. Yeah, I can still hear it. Oh, that was interesting. That's interesting. Didn't notice it. When stopping the tone, it sounded like a car driving down the road, and then slam the brakes on, and you get kind of a squeaky sound when stopping the tone. I don't know if you're able to hear it on. I'm not sure if it'll be able to hear the tone. So I'll play 1 kilohertz. Now I'll stop the signal. I'll play it again. And then stop the signal. Not sure if it picks up on the microphone there. That's a weird artifact. Can't place it there. Okay, I'll go down a bit lower. $100 dB. Oh, that is weird. What's going on there with the REM? That's weird. I try to play the tone, but it's like coming back to the AVR or whatever, and it's going to, it plays and then it stops. Maybe because it's outside, maybe the REM is saying it's looking at the signal going in a loop or coming back to the AVR to the computer and saying the signal's too low, maybe. I hear it play a little bit and then it goes off. Weird. Nothing to do with... No, I even turned down the volume a little bit on the computer. I even turned that down a little bit. But I can still hear it. Okay, let's take the level up a bit higher. See where this artifact is occurring, because I'm not sure if this is an issue with the Denon. Well, it's okay at 90 dB, playing the tone on and off. Okay, I'm going to keep the sine wave on, and I'm going to lower the volume, lower the dB level. 92, 93, 94. Ah. About 95 dB, minus 95. 96, minus 96 dB, that's quiet. I can still hear the tone. But another weird artifact, when I stop the tone, I hear the tone that's playing quiet down here. And then when stopping the tone, it kind of rises up a bit and then stops. That's a weird artifact. That's either an issue with the Denon or the computer sound card. One of the two. I know that AVR was tested on Audio Science Review a couple of years ago now. It's not like the guy still got it, you know, because he gets things sent to him, tests it, sends it back. That's it. So whether he's noticed any other artifacts, you know, with all this, but I could probably add this do a separate video and then add this to see if anyone's noticing the same thing. Unless it's something happening with my system on this end, because I've got cats. And my cats like to do things. And when I go to sleep, when I go to bed, I don't know what my cats are doing. They're probably rewiring my system. Chewing on cable. And anyway. Let's turn the level up a little bit higher. Minus 92. No, it still does it a little bit there. Okay. I'll go up and turn it up to minus 80 and then stop it. That's weird. At minus 80, when I play the tone, the sine wave 1 kilohertz, and then I stop, it kind of fades gently, like it's on an automatic fader. I can hear like about a 1.5 or 1.2 second of a very slow fading down, and then the tone goes. Normally when you stop the tone, it should just go out, boom. So if it's there, it's just, I wonder if it's something to do with connected with no, there isn't an auto fader on this, or the average. No, I don't think it could be anything to do with the averages. There's something weird I can hear going on. Okay, no matter. Turn the level up to minus 70 dB. Okay, play 1 kilohertz and off. Now I still hear a very slow decay fade. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down on the sound card on the computer, on the volume thing. Just take the bloody headphones off because it goes dong, dong. Turn it down to about 70. Okay. All right, I'm going to turn this level up a bit higher. There's some sort of artifact going on. I'm trying to figure it out. Wait a second, I hear it. It's an echo. I know what it is. I've got something still connected that's going through the computer. It's looping. Not that I got the sound card to loop. I've got something else switched on. I think I know it's on the sound setting. Something it's the volume's turned up, so I'm getting like an echo return. I hear it clearly now because I can hear it like an echo. Volume mixer. Okay, so is it this one or this one? Or maybe it's the Firefox. Turn that down, play a song way. I still hear an echo. Let's try this one, turn that one down. No, it's not that one. Not much option here. What's this one? No, it's not that one. I'm hearing an echo. I'm hearing an echo reflection. Ever since I got the new Windows, oh, it's a little bit awkward. Is it something to do with maybe I've got the, let's turn the true RTA off. So I've got that open. Let's open, just keep the REM on. I'll try the tone again. No, I'm still getting an echo. Okay, I'm going to turn the REM off. I'm going to turn the true RTA on. One system I got here switched on is doing an echo. It's looping back as an echo. So I'll just use the true RTA. Okay, turn that amplitude level down. It's okay on the true RTA. So I've got something that's looping the signal on the REM, the Room EQ Wizard. There's something coming back like an echo. But it's not like a very long echo. But I did just okay, right. I think I'll just use the true RTA for the moment because I know it's one of the volume control settings on the computer. I just can't remember which one. Maybe troubleshooting. Because I've done it once before, but I can't remember how I did it. And that might explain why I was getting a funny. I was getting a funny last night. When I was playing the sub bass, typically I had 40 hertz playing, and it kind of rather sounding woo. It kind of sounded like woo. I'm thinking, wait a second, is it supposed to sound like that? I'm thinking, no, it's not supposed to sound like that. And I was thinking, am I square waving my signal? So it's not, so it should be going like a pure sine wave, you know, rather than it going up and then goes straight and then comes down. That's square wave, that's clipping the signal. I was thinking something weird going on. So I got something like, I'm not sure if it's probably maybe connected with my Spectrum lab. Because something is switched or activated and it's going through a network of sound, the sound card going through to other programs, other sound programs on the computer, and it's coming back like an echo. So that's probably what I was getting, probably something clipping. But I'll have to double check test that again on the sub bass to see whether it is the REM, because something's switched on, switched not right, correct. If I don't get it on the true RTA, then I know it's the REM. Not a fault with the REM, it's just tricky with the REM sometimes. Okay, back with the test. I'll just use the true RTA for the meantime. Okay. Let's go down a little bit lower on the amplitude on the true RTA. Have I got the headphone? Yeah, turn that up on the computer. Going through the minus 86 on the true RTA. I can still hear the 1 kilohertz. Down at minus 94, I can't hear it. It's outside the range. I can't hear it. Down minus 90. Because there's another thing with using true RTA and REM. Both seem to have a different output level. So if I would have set minus 10 dB, or say, all right, minus 20 on true RTA, minus 20 on REM, the sine wave tones should be the same level, but they're not. One outputs the signal a bit higher or a little bit less than the other. They're not the same level. So you got, there's other controls on the computer when you turn them on. I think they are the mixer fader level, and I would sometimes, often, would readjust that level until I got both levels the same, because true and REM are outputting the levels slightly different on the programming. I thought there was an international standard where everything should be, but there isn't. I'm sure the owner that made REM and the owner that made true RTA are probably aware of it, but it's not a big deal. You just use the volume pop fader thing to adjust and get the levels the same. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I can just about hear it at minus 90, 1 kilohertz. Okay, go to, let's go down to the lowest frequency. Start at 30 hertz. 30 hertz. I need to take the amplifier, I need to take the amplitude level up. I can hear it, but I'm hearing something else. I'm hearing something else in the signal. What's going on? Okay, turn the amplitude up a little bit higher. Minus 46 dB. Got a nice 30 hertz tone there, but something seems like there's something else there. There's something else. It's eluding me. Go 25 hertz. I can still hear that. 20 hertz. Can't hear anything at 20 hertz, at least. Maybe take the amplitude level up a little bit. Okay, now I can perceive it at about minus 36 dB on the true RT on RTA, true RTA. Something doesn't seem right. Something seems out of place. Anyway, I'm going to test it on the just to see if I've got the same funny. So I'm pretty much done with the headphone testing. At least I am for now. And oh, see something else there. That's, you know, I think when you do a topic on a forum, if I were to say, you know, this should really maybe apply to this AVR, to see if anyone else. But the trouble with forum sites is there are too many goddamn trolls. There are too many straw men. It fucking fangs me to the teeth. It does. I can't stand Audio Science Review. It's almost like YouTube. It's like a cesspool. Because the site admin has probably stepped on so many bloody toes with doing testing and Headless Panther and stuff. It's cheesed off a lot of people, and so they come back as a troll. They're too damn scared to come back as themselves. They're too damn chicken. So they come back and, you know, but the moderators are pretty good and they can sniff them out, and sometimes other members can sniff them out and red flag that straw man. But you know, doing tests and tests and tests, that's what it's all about. You know, electronics are not perfect. Human beings are not perfect. Human beings are just as flawed as all this glamorous electronics of purity and such, and richness and rich people and all that. Just because most people think this stuff is associated with rich people. Bloody hell, but you do get some real snob rich audiophiles, really snob. I mean, bloody hell. But anyway, yeah, you can have all sorts of, you know, you could go to bed and wake up next morning, and then you got something weird going on with your hearing. It's going to hurt your pride, I guess, or it might be something wrong with your vision. It might hurt your pride, I guess, or you wake up and you got a real thumping, aching pain in your leg. You pulled a muscle or something, and it's going to hurt your pride with doing gymnastics or anything. You know, it's going to hurt your pride, you know. Yeah, and any sort of electronics is going to have some sort of artifact. Any sort of biological human being is going to have some sort of artifact. Okay. Let's put subbase. Go into RAM. Go into AVR. Turn on the bass all channel so I can generate the sub-bass tone to the sub-bass speakers. Turn off all the other channels. They're muted. Okay, I'll mute the sub. Turn that off. Multi-channel stereo mode on. That's how it's turned up. Go up to 40 hertz. 40 hertz. Okay, it sounds okay so far there. Turn the amplitude up. Oh, it's doing it again. I'm getting that. I'm getting some sort of feedback. Something weird going on there. Okay, so it's not just the RAM. True RTA is doing it. I'm just wondering if it's the rewiring I did on the I wonder if it's something to do with the wiring or the rewiring I've done. Did I do it incorrectly? Because what are you yawning at? Yow, bear. What are you yawning, bear? You're distracting, Mr. Bear. Yeah, yes you are. Yeah, I've got to keep an eye on you, kitties. Yeah, I've got to keep an eye on you. Only does it at a certain level on the input. I could play the signal level out amplitude level a little bit lower, and I could still turn up the amplifier power, and I'm not getting a problem. So at a lower level, and then increasing, obviously, that level should go up and up and up. Should go up to 0 dB. Something I've done. Either I got to undo it and then test it again. So I think something's conflicting. Something's coming up to a. Something's coming up to a. So the level I'm coming up to, as soon as it gets near to 0, something's occurring. But how do I know it's near at 0? I need a. I wonder if it would do it with a Denon test CD sine wave tone that's on the disc. That's something to check. Mr. Bear, I don't trust you. Come away from the TV. You're in the way. Yeah, come on, Bear. I don't trust you. Let me grab that Denon CD. Wherever I put it, I don't know. Is it in here? No, it's not in here. No, I'm going to grab that disc. Denon Hi-Fi Czech CD. I got this from a library years ago. I got this from a library. I hired it so many times from the library, and then eventually one day they had it for sale. So I bought this. I've had this for years now. Dorset, what's that say? Dorset County Library. So, hired it so many times, because it was a useful disc to test when I didn't have a sound generator, or when they didn't even have any software computer generators. I didn't have a computer at the time, I don't think. So it wouldn't make much difference, but I didn't have a test tones to generate. So, I used this as to test and check. And once I'd done, I took it back. And one day they had it for sale. Huh. Yeah. You can get it on eBay, I think. So I'm going to just test this to see whether or not I'm getting the same strange signal. If I'm getting the same signal, it's probably something to do with the wiring I've done on the AVR. Did I double check that to see whether I was getting that same problem on the headphone? At the same level. Oh, gotta get the headphones again. Just double check, make sure. So many tests and to do. So many, because you got a system that runs unbalanced. Now I've got something that's unbalanced and then balanced and unbalanced and unbalanced. Bloody hell. Why can't it all be balanced? Keep everything, the equilibrium balanced, the environment balanced. Bloody tester, dude. Oh, dear. Tests. Oh. Okay. Get in there. Right, let's test this again with the. Let me test it with the sub first to see whether 40 hertz. The amplitude level up. Okay, that level there, it's starting to. Okay. Turn down the volume on this. Okay. Seems okay. Seems okay there, but seems okay. But a minus 12 on REM, minus 12 on True RTA, minus 16 dB on the AVR, and playing 40 hertz sine wave, and it sounds pretty damn loud, and I don't want to take it any louder, so it's kind of scary. It's a little bit scary, so because you know it can easily do damage, and you know I don't want to knacker the headphones. But that said, it seems okay, but I just need to double check it again with the fader turned down on the AVR, because one of the other is kind of, so I've got to kind of investigate. So just turn the fader up on the Sony. Okay, turn that down. Turn the fader up on the Denon. Turn the fader down a bit on the Sony. Still doing it on the Denon. But does it do it on the headphone output? If it doesn't do it on the headphone output, which is not going out on the outputs or the RCA phono, I dare put the bloody F, because that tone, that sine wave is going to be bloody loud. Turn the fader down on this. Turn the fader down on, and just partly put the headphones on, not totally putting them on, so they're coupled. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing it there on the. Unless there's still something going through the on the sound card. There's something looping round. So all right. It's not just the. It's probably coming in from the computer sound card, or there's something still looping and it's connecting onto another. I haven't a clue. There's only. The other ones are turned off, they're not switched on. REM is switched off. Spectrum Lab is switched off. Something's going around. Because if I grab my oscilloscope, I should see it on the oscilloscope. I should see the signal. I should be able to see the signal. Oh yeah, I'm going to need this lead. I need this lead, this cable. So I'll do the headphone now. So I'm going to need that and put the probe on the output. So plug that back into the OVR. Go and get my Rigel oscilloscope. It's just long enough. Okay. Let me turn the oscilloscope on. I can't move the laptop. I can't move this near, so it's going to be a little bit distant sounding. Bloody hell. Nothing seems right. Nothing really seems right these days, does it? I'll just test my oscilloscope with my probe and do a test signal. So I connect the probe on the ground and then I'll run a test signal. I think I can come off battery now onto battery. So I can just move this a little bit nearer. Yeah, I'm good on battery. So I can put this a little bit nearer and I'll just run a test. Check auto I think it's no. Is it auto? Should do a test signal. It's connected to testing. I'm pretty sure it is. Was that one there and that one? Should get a test signal on the scope. Ah, there we go. Got a test signal. Yeah, I forgot my. It's been a while since I used it. So. And press that. Press that. I'll go auto again. And come down there. That looks okay. Looks okay on my. Looks okay. Looks okay. Okay. So what I'll do with the probe is I'll connect it to the headphone output. I've tested the Denon early. I'm not sure if it was this year or last year, because at certain frequencies I was seeing the signal going from nice sine wave and then suddenly bending, kind of going jagged. I think I did a few videos on that. So got tip. I think this one down here, this one down here at the bottom, that's sleeve. No, ring. Sleeve. That's ground, I think. And then that one up. The next one up is. This one up here is positive. Maybe left or right channel. And then you got left or right channel. I forget which. Anyway, so I'll just connect it up. Connect it up there. And then connect the probe down here on the ground. That should be connected. Move it over here gently without my cat magic attacking the cable. Okay, so that I should be. It's very difficult with these other glasses. I really find them distraction, but I'm not going to be able to focus on near anything near. So, okay. So let me generate a sine wave tone. That'll be coming out from the AVR. On the headphone output on the AVR. Got level turn up there. I'm just going to turn it down a touch. Turn it down a touch there. Put 40 Hz and run auto. Give it a while. Wait. And there I've got a sine wave on the 40 Hz. It's moving around a little bit. It's a little bit. That's square wave. That's overdoing it. So turn it down a bit. Okay, let's turn the volume up a little bit. Let's turn the level up a bit on this. I'll turn the amplitude level down on the true RTA. You see the level going down. I'll turn it back up. And I'm going to have to readjust that. Go up a little bit more. Looks okay so far. I can't see any problem there yet. Turn down a bit. I can't see a problem there. I'm up at minus 1 dB, and I'm not seeing a problem. I was a little bit lower than that. I'm minus 3 dB on there. I'm going to take that up to 0. I'm not seeing a problem at 40 Hz. Well, now I'm a little bit puzzled. Not seeing a problem there. I wonder if it still does the same problem up on the higher frequencies, where it kind of looks a bit jagged. So go scroll up to the higher frequencies. I think it started occurring above maybe 4 or 5 kilohertz. I'll put a sine wave in. Got to readjust the go a bit higher up in the frequency. I'm up at 10 kilohertz. Not seeing anything weird going on. Curious. I'm not seeing the signal bending. That's 15 kilohertz. That's 19. Oh, that's 23 kilohertz. Didn't seem to like that. Kind of dropped down. That's 8 kilohertz. 8 kilohertz. That's below. That's 7. That's 6 kilohertz. I'm not seeing a problem. That's weird. Okay, I'm just going to turn the generator off. That is weird because I was seeing a very strange thing going on. I got the video. I got a couple of videos where the signal was playing the sine wave, and it kind of started bending. It started going, rather than nice steady sine wave, it started leaning over one side at the top, and I couldn't figure it. And it was only occurring at around certain high frequencies. I'm totally stumped. I'm baffled. Was there aliens involved? I don't know. Could my cats have done something? I don't know. Was it how I had it wired, the system totally? But I'm only going from the computer HDMI to the Denon and using the headphone out. So it's not going through the RCA phonos. That's switched off. And it's only coming out on the headphone. And I'm not seeing the same signal again. I'm puzzled. I know I may have used REM. I'm not sure if it occurs with REM. It may not occur with True RTA, because I can't remember if I tested both RTA analog, both sound generators. I'd have to look at the video, which I can look at, and where I had the volume control on there. And okay, so I open REM. Even though I know REM might give some sort of echo, there's still something weird going on with REM tonight. Something going on weird with it. It's because I've got another program opened and it's kind of echoing, but I'll see if I can see if the same snag. So I've got minus 57 minus. Let's turn that up. Turn that up. Turn that up. Turn that up. Play 1 kilohertz now. It's hardly moving the, because I've got to readjust the. And if I try auto, because I'm very low power amplitude on the signal. Okay. I'll turn the signal up a little bit. Turn the amplitude up on the REM. There we go. It's turning up a bit. Readjust it. You get a nice smoothness here with the REM. Whereas, I'll just turn the generator off. With true RTA, when going up through the amplitude, it kind of goes, kind of does that sort of thing. Whereas with the smoothness on the REM, when adjusting the amplitude up and down, you just see the signal going up and down. That's why we're seeing that. If I was using the true RTA, it'd go and then play the sine wave and then turn the amplitude up a little bit more, and then you get a sort of artifacts. So all I'm doing there is adjusting the voltage level. I'm not pretending I'm a very skilled with the oscilloscope. Just saying how it is. So I'm turning the amplitude up, yeah. And as it gets near to the top, and then I'll rescale the level, the voltage level, which it is indicated down here. It's okay. Let's go up a little bit more. All right, keep it about minus. Minus 12 dB on the REM. Going through the frequency now, because you can see the frequency as you go through the high frequency, the width of the frequency gets narrow. So like 20,000 kilohertz is teeny. It's teeny. But then you've got the scale thing here to adjust the width of the frequency. Weird. It's not going jagged edge. I called it jagged edge. I did a video kind of just to make it a little bit amusing with Jeff Bridges, the movie Jagged Edge, because the signal looked like the movies because it had a jagged edge, and the sine wave was just going weird. And I'm up to 10. I'm not seeing the same issue as what I was seeing. And I'll go up to, I can't go over 20,000 on REM because it won't unless I click on the other buttons, but that's up to 20,000 kilohertz. Should really kind of look like that, I think. Then come down through the frequency, go downward, 16, 12.5 and 10 and 8 kilohertz and 6, 3 and 4, 3, 2, 1 kilohertz, 400 hertz, 300, 250. As you go down lower in frequency, the wavelength gets longer. That's 50 hertz. That's 40. That's 30. That's 25 hertz. That's 20. 16 hertz. 12.5. 10 hertz. I'll go down a little bit lower. 9 hertz. 8 hertz. 7. 4 hertz. That's 3 hertz. I think there's going to be a limit. Yeah, it won't do anything at 1 kilohertz. Pretty much. It's going a bit weird there. Let's go and going back up in the frequency range. I'll turn the generator off on the tone. So yeah, that's looking okay there, weird now. I just can't figure out what else funny is going on. Something looks okay and something doesn't seem okay. If there was a big major problem, but I haven't tested the output on the RCA phonos on the output to the oscilloscope because it's 4-channel. So I could connect, theoretically, my left, center, right, maybe a sub-bass channel. And then once I've done that, I can then test the, say, have one still on for the center channel, and then one for the surround left and right channel. And once I've tested that, keep one still on for the center channel and test the left and back surround. And once I've done that, test left and right for height 1, height 2, height 3. And if everything looks all the same, then everything's okay. Of course, I make this up as I go along, but that would be how most people would test it with an oscilloscope, because you need still something like a center channel connected so you can compare. You know that the LCR are all the same and the signal is, so then you just to double check everything's okay. But it's a little bit tricky because everything's all the wiring cabling back here. I'd have to have a special lead where I can just connect it on and then have it coming back out here, and it's walking back behind it all the time. I can also connect the lead to the bear. I can also connect the oscilloscope to the outputs connecting to the amplifiers, because the signal lead is still the same, or should be the same, and I can connect that to the oscilloscope. But it's still a bit of a dog dinner to fucking undo everything, connect everything up. But it looks okay on the headphone output. What are we doing, Bear? Look at that lovely little rag doll. Snowshoe rag doll. Okay. So 40 hertz looks okay there. Looks okay. It looks okay. I wasn't seeing a problem, so why am I getting a problem on the output? It's got to be something to do with the wiring I've done on the output. That's what I need to check. Would that occur if I were to take this output from the AVR and connect it to the Sony? I'll just put that on mute because I don't need the output from going to the speakers. I only want to monitor the headphone output. So this is tricky. So let me just generate a tone and get the level more or less the same. Oh, that seems a little bit unpowered. Oh, got the fader level turned down on the Sony. Turn the fader up. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm redlining there. Bloody clipping on the bloody sub output there. Oh yeah, it's got that turned up. Let's turn that back down. Okay. So on again. Still a little bit bloody too high. But that's okay. That's not a problem. Let me just turn that level down a bit. Okay, got a sine wave going through there on the Sony. Doesn't look the same. Bloody headphone levels up pretty high. I'm a little bit curious why. It should be that high. It shouldn't be. Oh, did I readjust the auto level? What's going on there? So it looks a bit weird there. Hang on. Let's turn that fader down on the Denon. Try again. My lead is connected and it hasn't come undone, has it? Oh, it's okay. It's sound. It's connected. Okay. Unplug that. Go back into the Denon. Go auto. Should get a sine wave. Bingo. Come back out from there. Go back on. Try the speaker select. Might be something to do with that. But hang on. I'm plugged into the Sony. Turn the headphone level monitor up. That looks okay, but okay, let's change the frequency. See what goes on. See if anything goes on. Okay, that's 63 Hz. That's 40 Hz. That's 50. That seems okay. But when I did auto, it seemed to something not right. But I'm still I'm connected, so that's square waving. That's clipping the level where it's going up there. Okay, let's turn the fader up on the Denon. So I'm turning the fader up on the Denon up to 0. Turn the fader up on the Sony. Okay, I'm going to mute the sound there for a moment because something. Let's just go to. Where is it? Configure, setup, input. Okay, let's turn the sub level down. I wasn't monitoring sub bass because you can't monitor the sub bass on the headphone out. Only monitors the L, the left, center, right, left surround, right surround output. It is theoretically possible to monitor the sub bass output so you can hear it on the headphones. It is theoretically possible, but need a special wiring to do that. So, okay. Let me turn the fader up. That's okay, because I had the output set. See, that doesn't sound right. That sounds okay there. That doesn't sound right. It's like it's buzzing. It's buzzing or feedbacking. I got a feeling it's something to do with the wiring I did on the because the I could do a diagram. Maybe I can backtrack something because something's just something's not right. Let's do the rewiring. Take me half hour to rewire. Okay. So what could I have done? Okay, so okay, let me see. Okay, so RCA phono, RCA. Isn't that RCA? No, RCA. Isn't that a company with Disney with Space Mountain? TVs? Don't they make VCR? I don't know. Okay, so my center pin. That's positive. And then you've got this lead out here, this lead here. The outer one, that's G and D. Okay. So I've got that connects to the AVR. AVR. That connects to the AVR. Got down here. the Sony SDDS still doesn't do shit. Sony SDDS still doesn't do shit. The stupid fucking motherfucking thing. It goes on sale next month after they can figure out the cocksucking thing. Okay, that's balanced. Now I could have balanced or unbalanced input going in. Now I'm noticing on the RTA, pink noise should go flat. Okay, so pink PM, pink noise, that should go flat. Signal, that should go flat from 20 to 20. Theoretically, depending on some of the electronics or components or systems, some have a frequency roll off and it just rolls off a little bit. Amplifiers, people say, can you hear the difference between amplifiers? Oh my goodness gracious, go and buy some test equipment that's cheap and test it yourself, for God's sakes, rather than starting trolling around on a bloody internet, on a bloody forum. Test these amplifiers out, because each one are going to be different. They're going to have different frequency response. End of story. Get test equipment, test it. So, also, yeah, I've got computer, PC. That's connecting to the AVR, so that's generating the pink noise, REM, whatever. That goes in, then comes out, and then just do a basic wire output. Positive, negative there, and G and D. So that's a balanced signal coming. So I've got the positive going onto the there, and then the ground lead coming down and connecting on. But once I observed the frequency response, it was kind of going, as far as I remember, I think it was going like, it was kind of going like that. I think it had a kind of high elevation on the high frequency sort of thing. Nothing to do with, like, say, the CP200 cinema processor, which does have a, you know. But I thought that just looked a little bit odd. And so what I did was take the negative, and then I just connected it to the ground, which are typical in some wiring diagrams if you look at, you know. And strangely, it just put the signal kind of flat. But I'm getting a feeling here that when turning the level up on the AVR, or whether turning the input signal, so if I got the AVR set at 0 dB, and if I turn the level up on the sound generator on the computer, once it gets up to a certain level, I'm hearing the sine wave on the lower low frequencies making some sort of kind of rubber. It's going rather than it sounds like it's feedbacking or distorting. But it only takes me a short while to redo the wiring, and then it probably back to like, okay, that's normal. Nothing, no problem there. I could turn the level up. Am I seeing any problem? Anything else? The only other thing I have not tested is testing the oscilloscope. Really, I should test it on the whoopsie, I should really test it on the line outputs to see if there is anything going on weird with the signal. Because that's how you filter things out. That's how you work problems out. That's how you work it out. Must say, do I get distracted by the oscilloscope fan noise? Not really. If it's got a fan noise, it might be the bearings or the brushless or whatever type of fan. I don't know. Change the fan, but I'm not going to really open it up because this is the fan's located down there. I'm not really doing that because this is pretty precise, delicate equipment, so I'm not really messing around with it, opening up and modifying the bloody fan. It's only used for testing. Once it's finished testing, that's it. Let me try and think how to connect make a lead connection up. Because if it's going to the sub, then I could just connect a lead. It's just going out the back of that. So I've got to connect onto the Sony. I've got to connect onto the whether the Sony connect onto the Sony or undo one of the RCA phonos connecting onto the FBQ, which connects onto that first, and then it goes onto the DCX up here. Ow. Come on. I know you've been naughty. There is a sly cat trying to go behind my projection screen. So, test the signal. Get a lead on there. Get a lead on there. It's just a pain in the arse. I need to have another lead that I can put some crocodile clips onto the. I need to check it. Oh, that little bugger. Get down from there, bear. I'm going to have about 3 hours of bear now misbehaving. He's on a clock program timer. Getting a bit hot in there. I don't know why. A bit warm. Bloody warm. All right, that's enough out of you, bear. All right, stop being naughty and misbehaving. Oh, put some air conditioner on. Go and have a look at the air conditioner, bear. You find it fascinating. Why is this? Bloody hell, I've got to do a lot of adjustments. Always got to do adjustments. Always got to do adjustments. Okay. So, connect a lead up. Connect a lead up. XLR leads. I've got lots of XLR lead. I can connect a microphone XLR lead up to the back on here. So I have to go at the back of the rack. I just don't feel like doing it. I just got the feeling I just got to rewire on my DB25. I just got a feeling I just got to rewire on the DB25. I think before I do that, I'm going to test the CP750. We've got 30. I don't know why they haven't got 40 and 50 hertz sine wave on the Denon CD test disc. I mean, this test disc was quite ahead of its time. I mean, it does it's got infrasonic low frequency test tones, 4 hertz, 8, 16, 32, 63, 125, 250, 500, 1 kilohertz, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, and 20. That's not bad. So you got sine wave tones there, but you haven't got 40 and 50 hertz, much less. Oh my goodness, THX 80 hertz. There's only so much I think they could fit on the disc, and it's not bad. It's not bad. I just need to test 32 hertz. I need to test 32 hertz, and then I'm going to put this on and see if I'm getting the same funny. If I'm getting the same funny, I think it's something to do with the wiring I've done. I don't think. That's my cats. I don't think I had a problem. At least I can't remember if I had a problem with this wiring done before, because I've done this wiring before, and then I undone it, and I can't remember why I undone it. Maybe I didn't make a video, so I've got a video blog diary, so I could go back and then realize maybe not so good. Maybe if I use the black box that goes into converting the signal rather than soldering wiring it. Maybe use a black box, but I use a lot of them. to convert the signal unbalanced to a balanced signal. You got and I haven't got enough rack space for that. I wouldn't mind if they had it in a 1U frame where I can then put the signal in, the leads and then the outputs, and then going into a 1U frame, say an 8 channel, and then I can add another on for 16 channel and so forth. So I can do the whole networking. But they only have the small little art boxes, and you got to have their own little power supply. It's a lot of things just to connect up. Really, too much. Too much. Meow. Okay. Meow. Okay, so I'm going to see if I see the same problem again with the. I see the same problem at 32 hertz, isn't it? Or 31 hertz. Can't remember. 32 or 31. Anyway, if I get the same funny. Yeah. Yeah. Funny that. Okay. Yeah, I hear it at 31 per point. Okay, I hear it there on the rare. Okay. Make a note on the actual levels. Okay. About -10. So get down from there, bear. Cheeky cat. You're cheeky. You're a cheeky cat. I'll get the same. It's probably the wiring, and it's probably doing some sort of feedback. Maybe that's why I'm getting some sort of. Yeah, it's doing some sort of. Doing some sort of feedback signal. Sort of maybe ground signal feedback of a sort. That's all I can think of. Oh yeah, I need, because I can't see all the bloody thing. I need to know what track to play the bloody tone. I don't need the computer. Go to the AVR. What track? What track is it? Okay, got my tracks up there on the. Up there, the tracks. So. Track 14. Track 14, 32 hertz. Okay. Firstly, turn the fader down. Oh, and incidentally, what level is the sine wave playing at? I think it's playing below 0. Yeah. It's only playing at -20 dB, so chances are I might not notice. It's very difficult to filter the problem. Okay, got the sine wave playing. Going above 0. Oh, only plays for a short while, and I've got to resume the track. Only plays 22 seconds. Yeah, I hear it. Doing the same. It's doing the same. Only I'm up at over 0 dB because that's playing minus 22, minus 20. When I'm playing the RAM, I'm getting. Let me see if I could duplicate that with the RAM. Let me do that again. But I got a feeling I've got to undo the wiring. Literally. Can't just say like maybe I could just unsolder the wire. And it's tricky because I've got to put it on the workbench and I've got to test it with the multimeter so I know what pin the negative one is, and then unsoldered. Because if you put negative to positive, the signal output, you get no sound because it cancels totally out. You get no sound out. Period. It's got to be connected a specific way. But there are diagrams where you say, yeah, you can solder that on there, but I can't remember whether they say you'll get drawback, trade-off or such. I can work around it. I have to do that, then it solves the problem. If I have to do that, I'll do that. Yeah, because I've got to trace the wire to the pin, which is I did a wiring diagram earlier. I don't know what my cats are up to, but they're hungry. No, you're messing around with the cat feeder. Bear's trying to figure out the cat feeder. My cats are older than myself. They're older than me. Well, no, Bear's still a little bit young, but Magic's older than me. Sooty, he's way older. Oh, for Christ's sake. Yeah. So for the sub bass, it's pin number 12. So I probably got to cut that wire off or desolder it. I'll desolder it off the ground because the pin 12 is connected to pin 13, and then pin 25 is connected to positive on the center, on the output of the RCA. So that's the RCA. Not that I'm doing that, but that's the center output on the RCA, and this outer part here is the ground. So I've got pin 13 ground, and then I've got pin 12 connected to it as well. So possibly the signal's going back, returning. Once it gets up to a certain level, it's kind of like saying, hey, we're clipping here, boys. We're clipping. We're getting to our limit when we should be well under that limit. So that's probably what's going on. Anyway, so what are you up to, Mr. Bear? What are you looking for? No, Bear. Oi. I see you scouting around like, oh, you're a shifty cat. Oh, bloody hell. So let me test the set. Let me test the the CP750, because that is totally on a different network. Keep that there. 750s on a totally different line input output compared to the Denon. So I'll just do some double checks before I can, and then I'll know for certain. Get my lead ready. USB. Battery level looks okay. Okay, it's connected. Okay, let's switch to, it's on the Sony, it's on the CP750. Go to auxiliary number 2 on the Sony SDDS. Go to alignment, continue, signal tone generator. We've got thump, pink noise, 10 kilohertz, 1 kilohertz, and 100 hertz, and got a sine sweep. Whereas on the CP500, it's got a sine sweep. It doesn't have the thump. It's got a pink tone, pink noise, I think pink tone as well. So you got pink noise, pink tone on the CP500, 1 kilohertz, 10 kilohertz, 100 kilohertz, I think. Except for the thump. The thump is just going with a sine wave going boom, 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 up, going from this level and then going up a few dB and then coming down and thump, bump, bump. Okay, so need to can I play the Denon CD disc back up and then go through the I think I have to go non-sync on my non-sync mode. Take a while until I get the signal coming up on the why is it saying not compatible? Use it. Disc. CD, yeah. Because I haven't got a TV Blu-ray in the disc. I've only got a CD. Wait for it to come back on. Okay, track 14. Okay. I think it's playing. Wait for the AVR to play it. Yeah, it's playing. Okay, I need to activate my non-sync. Sure it's on that. Bingo. I've got non-sync. Okay. Oh, and of course plays 22 seconds. Bloody annoying. Oh, damn, that's bloody loud. But it seems okay. It's not distorting. Ah. Hang on. Because let me figure the wiring. Let me see, let me think. So it's balanced out. It's balanced out there. And then that's going up to the switcher box. And all the wiring's all the same continuity. And then the output is going down to Behringer FBQ and then onto the DCX and then onto the amplifier. So unless it's the wiring on the hang on, would it be the system wiring output on there? The system wiring output. Oh gosh. Is it the system wiring out? Because I just about heard it, but let's play that sine wave again. Okay, let's do that again. It's okay there on the Sony fader on the output. It's okay on the output on the Sony fader. I went up to plus 10 dB. It seemed okay. Okay, I'm thinking. Okay, turn the fader up on the CP750 up to from fader 7, which is reference level, up to fader 10. Then I started noticing it. Okay, so let me just do the test again. I'm just going to mute that, turn the fader up. I'm not seeing any clipping on the input. Not seeing any clipping on the input. I'll put this bloody track on bloody A-B repeat. Pause that. I need to play that track on A and B repeat. Playback, repeat. One track. Just need to put that on loop. I'm going to turn down the level. Turn down the level on the DCX. Turn the fader up. Yeah. Yeah, something's occurring. Okay. I think I'm getting some. I think I'm getting somewhere. Okay, so if I turn the fader up, here it kind of distorting. Wow. Okay. Okay, hang on. Where's the wiring diagram? Where's the... So, can't monitor the bloody sub output. Am I hearing the same thing on the center channel? Just mute that for a sec. No, fader's up at 10. Not hearing a problem on the center channel. I think I'm getting somewhere. It must be something I did yesterday. I know I was at the back of the rack. No, it was at the back of the rack and I was doing something, but I can't remember what the heck I was doing. I think it might be something to do with the sub. See, it's like I'm having a meltdown with the sub, with the reactor. It's going to melt down and cause a thermonuclear, the China syndrome. That's not funny. Yeah, that's not funny in any case. It's kind of like that. I think it might be. Okay, so I'll turn the computer off. I know pretty much. Okay, turn that off. This is It might be some sort of wiring I did on the output. Because it'd be, I think it was it the system out or was it the system input? Because this is happening on non-sync, not non-sync, it's happening on auxiliary 1, auxiliary 2. Can only be the output. I have to check it. I have to get the back of the rack to check it. Okay. Something's kind of feedback. It's like the signal's outputting, and once it gets up to a certain level, it's returning back on top of the signal and causing some sort of anti-collision of a sort. Okay, Just need to go back and readdress it. Redo it. I hate getting at the back of this rack. I really do hate it. I don't really like my system. I really do not like it. I know a lot of people would like to have what I got, but I'm afraid it's not for sale. You can go and buy it on eBay. Those ones or any of the other ones? Need these. Turn the oscilloscope off. I think a little bit too hot at the moment, so I need to cool down before doing this. It's only a simple thing. As I go back, because I've got a DB, a solderless DB25 on the output, so I only have to check the pin wiring. Only have to check the pin wiring. Oh, look, here we go. Oh, it's the sad people. Oh, yeah. Boop, they're gone. What a waste. What a waste. What a waste. Oh dear. No life. No life there, I guess. Okay. So I'll just go back, check that. Check check pin 12, 13 and 25. Just check if they're okay. If pin 25, pin 12, 13 and 25 are okay, then just check, because anything can go on. Anything can go on. Okay, let's just turn that sine wave off. Yeah. I like test equipment. Okay. Other than that, I don't think there's really much anything wrong. It just seems to be the sub. Otherwise, the same noise would have occurred on the center channel. I didn't test the left, the right, or the blah. I didn't test all the other ones, but can't see why. No reason why not to test them. I would have. If the same problem occurred on the center, then I would have been thinking, yeah. But maybe the wiring is okay. Maybe there's something else that's because it's not easy to do things when I've got cat around me, right there. No? Not easy, because they want to come behind the rack and have a look. I can't have them behind the back of the rack while I'm focusing on something. They're focused on something and chewing on the wire, or pulling something and crossing a wire over. Ain't you, Matty? No, you don't do that, do you? So I just got to cool down. Don't know why. Hot tonight. Just cool down and I'll go behind that rack. I hate the rack. I hate going behind this rack. Cool down. and check it out. So I'll take that test CD out. Need the headphones now. Magic. Oh. Oh boy. You waste your time. How long it has. Just double check that. Wait. Okay. And there. Go to there. Wait. Okay. Ah. Okay. The other one. What's that? Other. Oh, there it is. Oh. That. Okay. Do this, we will do that. Get on the bus, get another bus, and connect them all right. Probably won't get a problem, but this is shocking. Okay, 12, 12, 13. So 12 and 13. 13. 25. Looks okay. I don't know what's wrong. 12. It could be 12. pin 12. I must still take pin 12 off. Pin 12. It's connected. Some more pin 12. See if that does anything. Oh. Oh, I ain't going behind this rack. I made it a bit simpler. All right. Okay. Okay. Test it.